when above 80 degrees Celsius, it can make a thermal runaway. Okay, next. Okay, now in the research, we combine the use of phase change material with nanoparticle as a filler. Why we use nanoparticle? Because several nanoparticles, they have a very good thermophysical properties, especially enhance the thermal conductivity of the phase change material. We know phase change material, they can absorb heat during to the phase transition process, but phase change material have a limitation in very low thermal conductivity. For thermal energy storage, it's become a limitation because when the heat absorbed from the PCM, phase change material, when the thermal conductivity is very low, the release to the environment is not good. It can make a hotspot at the thermal source, from the thermal source. That's why we combine the phase change material with nanoparticle, especially nanoparticle that have high thermal conductivity, like expanded graphite, nano aluminum nitride, aluminum hydroxide, and SiO2, silicon oxide. Okay, next. Okay, here a phase change material. We know phase change material that has an ability to absorb, store, and release heat from the latent heat through phase change process. Okay, next. Okay, nanocomposite PCM. What is nanocomposite PCM? Nanocomposite PCM is a PCM-based collaboration with some other material as a filler. The basic PCM can absorb the heat from the source, in this case battery, and the supporting material like aluminum nitride, aluminum hydroxide, and several nanomaterial others, the other nanomaterial, it can enhance the performance of PCM in increasing thermal conductivity, and that very important to become good in release the heat from the PCM. So the cycle is good in absorb and release the heat. Okay, next. In our research, we use heat pipe to release the heat from the batteries. Why we choose heat pipe? Because we know heat pipe is some passive heat exchanger. I'm sorry. Heat pipe is a passive heat exchanger that have a key feature with high thermal conductivity, and with as a passive heat exchanger, heat pipe doesn't need any power requirement. They work naturally to absorb the heat and release the heat during the natural cycle, when the evaporator side will absorb the heat, and then the working fluid will change into a vapor, and the condenser, from the condenser side, the heat released to the environment, and the vapor will change into a liquid again and back to the. Here's some common research in the laboratory of Mr. Wayan. Maybe this far before I was joining. I was joining in the lab at 2023. This is from 2020 and 2021. We are in the lab. We have developed the battery thermal management system here using aluminum hydroxide and titanium oxide as a filler to the PCM. The PCM is used several PCM. At the recent research, Mr. Wayan used paraffin and also some animal fat from cow fat as a PCM, and cow, and if I don't in my remember use cow and goat as goat fat and cow fat as a PCM. Collaboration with aluminum hydroxide and titanium oxide. Okay, next. Here the result from 2022 and 2023. In lab, we have developed this prototype of bicycle, electric vehicle cycle, which using the batteries, we have developed the system of battery cooling, and we have tests and published in international journal. Okay, next. Here the performance of the electric vehicle batteries without BTMS, battery thermal management system, and using BTMS. From the research, we know when we using the BTMS, the temperature will decrease very far. And then we can know this is the latent heat from the PCM. Here the PCM and the filler expanded graphite, the mass fraction variation. With the increase of mass fraction of expanded graphite, the latent heat will be decreasing, also decreasing. This is naturally because the composition of PCM will decrease. So the latent heat will also decreasing. Okay, next. This is the research from 2023 to 2025, where I start joining to the lab. We have doing a research battery thermal management system using paraffin and expanded graphite, and also nano aluminum nitride (ALN). The ALN we develop here, we use here develop in Finder under Prof. Made Joni as a supervisor. Why we use aluminum nitride? Because aluminum nitride has a unique thermophysical properties. Aluminum nitride has a high thermal conductivity, but there is isolator for the electric. It's not conductive for electric, so it's unique. We can use this as a safe filler to PCM, especially PCM thermal energy storage for application in some electric like batteries or some others purpose. Okay, next. Here's some research, from common research using ALN, Al2O3, and silicon oxide as the filler with the properties like that. Okay, next. Okay, is the process of synthesis the nanomaterial. And at number A is that there is aluminum nitride that we have developed in Finder under Mr. Professor Made. We use the raw material from LOH, aluminum hydroxide, and carbon black. With the process like that, we have synthesized using hydrothermal autoclave to lower the process. And we can produce the ALN powder with the particle size about 120 nanometer. So it can classify it as a nanomaterial. And then we use the nano ALN and the expanded graphite together as a filler to paraffin wax. The process is like this. We combining. Firstly, we melt the paraffin, and then we pour the expanded graphite and nano aluminum nitride, and then we press using we mold using a pressing machine to make the phase change material to make the nano composite of phase change material. Okay, next. Here the design of the battery pack we have developed. The composite PCM is at the outside of the batteries. So the batteries will insert into the hole, and at the outside we packing with the composite PCM and heat pipe at the outside. Okay, next. Here's some the analysis. We analyze the thermal performances, the enthalpy, the number of energy can store during the process. Some using several apparatus. Okay, next. Okay. Yeah, this is the process of the test. Okay, next. Here's some result of the test, the FTIR result, showing the difference between aluminum hydroxide and aluminum nitride. Okay, next. Here the XRD pattern of the synthesis ALN, Al2O3 and SiO2 is the particle size of nanomaterial. The aluminum nitride, I have thought before, is about the the range is about 126 nanometer. Okay, next. Okay, guys, we can see the thermal conductivity and the latent heat of the nanocomposite PCM. We're using several filler. The thermal conductivity will increasing. The higher is using nano aluminum nitride combination with nano aluminum nitride. Okay, next. This is the specific heat. Okay, we can skip next. Okay, this is the analysis using ANSYS. Okay, next. Next. Okay, next. Here's the result, the simulation result showing the hotspot, the thermal from the batteries. Okay, next. Here the result using battery thermal management system and the electric vehicle in some mode, normal mode and fast mode. Okay, next. Okay, for the next project from our lab is develop integrated smart green campus ecosystem, where the first project is made a shuttle bus.
Recording in progress. also with other a lot of members in multidisciplinary research, but we are both working in the synthesis related sustainable materials. Next, please. So, please, I would like to briefly introduce my center, because this is my responsibility as a head of nanotechnology center. We are working start from 2005, start from a research group, and then uh, expand our membership with other departments, and then now, since we acknowledge since 2015, we have a big project on graphene. So company support us. That's why the name is PRINGI, Nanotechnology and Graphene Research Center. And then in 2020, our government acknowledged our development, and then we are become a national center of excellence. So now we have a responsibility to connecting people international from multidisciplinary research. That's why I'm very eager to support all any effort to bring many researcher to have multidisciplinary approach related to any sustainable materials. Yes, please, next. So this is my members. It's around maybe 20 professors, and now our institution, Pajajaran University, asked me to transform into institute next year. So we have to maybe not only from physics, from agriculture, from medicals, also from pharmacy. So actually we are working with nanosystems. So any nanomaterials applied in any different expert depend on what collaboration is developed or project recently done. But today we'll focus on what we have done with Professor Camelia and our members in related energy and also bio waste materials. Okay, next. So this is our college. We already have some permanent collaborators from Japan, especially working on powder technology. So we have every 2 years we have it's called ICEPTI, international conference, and also exhibition. This is especially focused on powder technology, because we know the added value is come from the natural resources, either they are bioresources or minerals, should come in the form of powders. So that's why we are focusing on the powder technology. So next, please. So starting from the questions that why we are, I think we know that many countries try to improve the gross domestic products by increasing the growth in order to get a good development. However, we forget about this another harmony with the nature, harmony with the people, harmony with the society. So that's why our center now start to at least 5-10 years we start to promote sustainable materials in order to improve the lifespan or circular economy in related materials. So how we introduce our technology to at least extend or at least we can improve from waste into some advanced material or valuable materials. Okay, next please. So I would like a bit, maybe our rector is already explained in his speech about this one. This is a traditional philosophy. We call it Trihita Karana. This philosophy, I think, also exists in other culture all over Indonesia. But since I come from Bali, I know this kind of philosophy that we need to have a harmony not only with the development but also with the people and the nature and the divine. The three harmony should be proposed. Not only
you say. That is, people started realizing that the strictures that are imposed by the government, if you started talking too much, then you have to give substantiate with the works that you have done. So some audits are there. Because of that, companies started underreporting what they have done. So this is a new concept called greenhouseing, doing more and talking less. That is, we are underreporting. So deliberate silence on genuine sustainability achievements, that is, we are not reporting what we have done. Okay, we are not highlighting. Then driven by litigation risks. Okay, there are certain risks. Then regulatory exposures, consumer backlash. Okay, then not yet diplomatically mapped as a construct. That is, this greenhousing is a totally new idea. So there has been very little studies for this on this new construct. So some decoupling of performance from communication, then opposite direction. So there are in between, say communication, that is greenwashing, then greenhousing in between. Okay, there are certain communication that exist. So the regulatory cure for greenwashing may be producing an information problem on its own. Is it that is, if we go for the first concept, that is greenwashing, that it rather than say doing good for the company, is doing more harm. Next slide, please. So as already highlighted, there are abundant mapping of the claim, okay, as far as greenwashing is concerned, and none of the silence, that is, of greenwashing. We have very few literature done so far as far as bibliometric study is concerned. It's a new concept. Then greenwashing is mature and well mapped. Greenwashing is documented in practice but not in theory. So the vocabulary is rather fragmented. So it has so many similar synonym words like greenwashing, green muting, then brown washing, silent sustainability, and strategic silence. So far, no unifying taxonomy yet to be evolved. Scholarly attention measurably shifted from overclaiming to underclaiming. So it's a new phenomenon that we are observing these days. And where does the under-communication construct sit within the established greenwashing communication landscape? Now, in order to come up with this paper, it's still a developing paper. We have used some search strategies, such strings. First is the first block, we call it, is the core, that is under communication constructs, greenwashing, the keywords, okay, then green mutation. So these are some of the keywords that we have used. Then in the second block, that is block B, these are the already over-communicated ideas of greenwashing. So greenwash, so whatever, synonym words, we try to use a Boolean and asterisks to search for these particular strings and generate as much articles or documents so that we can go for a holistic study. That was what we tried. Then source of this data is Web of Science. The window, the time period for which we have searched in this database was from 2008 to 2016. We have confined to English only, and the field is around, when using these keywords, we retrieve around 259 articles, and we go for title search, not for the abstract as well as the keyword. Then we remove one duplicate. So it's some of the drawbacks that we observe is single database design. Okay, it's deliberate because say Web of Science supplied complete cited references for these 258 articles, 259 duplication, we remove one, which merge multi-database. Okay, corpora do not reliably preserve for co-citation and coupling. So in order to go for co-citation and coupling, we have to rely on Web of Science. So we go for the title, that is, whenever we find these keywords in the title, we try to extract those articles on it. So this is the total analyzed Web of Science database. It should be from 2008 till 2026. Then journals is 155 journals represented. Authors, that is co-authors, it comes out to be on an average per paper for this 558 papers. It comes out to be 3.03 co-authors on an average. Then total citation is, it comes out to be 54.2 per document. So some of the leading sources for these articles are sustainability 30, business strategy and environment 17, and last environmental development and sustainability 5. So likewise, all together we somehow managed to collect, using those keywords, 258 articles. So this is the attention shift measure, that is annual production per blog, Web of Science, that is slowly from greenwashing to under communication, that is greenhussing. One can observe from here. Slowly, it initially started evolving this idea in between 2015 and 2016. We can notice it again in 2017. Some reportings about greenhussings were there. So slowly, if you look at the final 2016 number of papers published, almost sizable articles are coming in this particular area, that is greenhussing, that is underreporting of activities done by corporate houses, companies. So growth under communication attention ratio in 2008 till 2015, it's 1 out of 15 papers published. So growth is 6.7. Likewise, in 2022 to 3 phases, we divide into 3 phases. So 2022 to 2026, the growth is 16.8%. So UCAR, okay, under communication attention ratio, that is how it comes as block 1, that is under reporting divided by the total reporting. So it comes out to be these figures, and 2026 alone reaches 26.2%. So this is the total blogs here. So slowly it's growing, and there are certain common blogs too. This is the keyword, co-occurrence keyword. So greenwashing is very common, and one can observe in the periphery some of the ideas that has more or less identical meaning to greenwashing. Next, it's the geographical extent of, say, people from China, they have contributed the highest, India, Malaysia, Australia. So this is a bibliometric distribution diagram. Again, this is the co-citation. Co-citation, the authors who have contributed maximum in this area. And this is the coupling effect. And the cited references, 40 items, 3 clusters. There are basically 750 publishings, and the strength is there. So coupling separates current scholars, it should be scholars, into connected communities that combine foundational work with 2026 to 26 studies, a field in transition. It's a field in transition. And from map two theories. It's a proposed taxonomy. That is why farms silence. So number one is risk avoidance. So greenwashing accusations, then regulatory exposure, consumer backlash, and reputational protection. Because of this, they started underreporting. Then how silence works. So strategic communication, signaling, selective disclosures, then sustainability, ESG disclosures. Then what about market consequences? Trust, okay. Then perceive authenticity, green purchasing intention, word of mouth, then brand visibility. Implication for green marketing. So this is about the idea, then greenwashing risks, invisible area, then green hushing risks. Let's move on. Then what the map cannot yet answer. The antecedents, why, when do regulatory risks, then reputational risks or greenwashing fatigue trigger silence? There must be one particular point. So we are yet to identify, okay, that point. Then mechanism does perceive authenticity mediate the effect of greenwashing on consumers' response. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. So this is a single database. So we could have rather utilize other databases like Scopus, Dimensions, PubMed also. Then the title level retrieval, we have confined to the title, search title only. So we could have extended to abstract as well as keyword also. Then document type keys, early access, books. Okay, we have to deal with it. We can strictly stick to either articles, okay, open access articles, and partial final year 2026 is incomplete. Then no citation lineage. So okay, minimum internal accumulation set here. Then UCAR under communication. Okay. Then ratio is design conditional. Last three things to take away. Greenwashing dominates the intellectual map. Greenwashing is visible but peripheral and rising. The third is next frontier is balancing. Okay, balance. So we need to do some sort of balancing. Thank you very much.
We'll put the Q&A at the end of the session. I'd like to call upon the next presenter, Rolly Hongam. I believe Rolly is absent. So I'll call upon Dr. Somakanta Singh. Okay, we'll honor to this. The next presenter would be OP14, which is Dr. Namram Amul Kumar.
Okay. It is working. Oh, okay. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Chairperson of today's session. My topic is challenges and opportunities in overseas employment. Basically, it is part of the sub-theme of today's conference. Actually, I have studied in an empirical study of the Manipur youth interest in Japan. Actually, how means they are facing, what are the opportunities getting they are perceived, and what are the challenges they are perceiving in the youth of Manipur. Next, please. Way back in 2021, Government of India and the Government of Japan signed memorandum of cooperation, where actually this Japanese government, they are demanding at large 20,000 youths from India in different sectors, like 16 sector in the nursing care, building and cleaning, manufacture of industrial product, construction, shipbuilding, automobile repair, aviation sector, accommodation, and so many things are there. Yes, please. But because of the, as you know, all world economy is shrinking because of 20%, more than 20% of the population is above 65 years, and there in the globally there is significant shortage of skilled workforce in the area of healthcare, hospitality, manufacture, agriculture, construction, etc. Especially there in France, Italy, German, Japan, UK, like this. When we look from the UN World Migration Report, 10 crore of Indians are moving abroad, and they are remitting 111.22 billion dollar in 2022. So when we look again in the in the Indian unemployment scenario, Arunachal Pradesh is on the top, youth unemployment above 15 to 29 years, and Manipur is on the fourth, and Punjab in the second, and like this. So huge unemployment. When you look at the whole Indian scenario, it is more than 5.9%. And when we look again, youth unemployment there in Manipur, it is 22.129. Youths are unemployed here in Manipur. Next. So again, as we see, because of the change in the demand structure in the market of the skilled youth, again, this is from the World Economic Forum report. The huge demand. Next 5 years, there will be huge demand in the farmhouse labor and the agriculture sector, then like truck drivers and so many things. So it is the demand in the labor market is shifting from day by day. Again, when we look there in the demographic structure of India and Japan, in India, in the brown color, the youth, the percentage of youth is very high. There in Japan, the percentage of old age is very high. Next, please. So when the median age of India, there in Japan is only, India is 2.98, whereas median age is there in Japan is 50.8. And the working age adult here in India is 1.02 billion, whereas in Japan it is only 72.1 million. So when from the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, government of Japan, they are showing the graph shows the number of business unit that is increasing there in demand. That means when there is increase in a business unit demand, then there is increase in labor forces there in Japan. Okay, next. Again, when we look there, country-wise, foreign workers there in Japan, Vietnam, they are having like 6,05,000. In China, even in Indonesia, there are 2,28,000. When we look there in India, only 31,000 Indians are there working there in Japan, where is a major chunk of the Indians are unemployed there in India. Okay, next please. So when we look from the nationality wise, the percentage increase in is highest there in Myanmar, next is Indonesia. So there is a huge, increase of these workforces there in Japan. Next. So on this, actually, when there is that much of opportunity in the Japan, so when we had conducted so many awareness program and we have encouraged so many youths, but they did not much applied for this to go there in Japan. So my paper, the starting or origin of my paper is why our youths do not want to go Japan. So I have kept 4 objectives for this paper. The first is examine the level of awareness among the youth regarding overseas employment opportunities in Japan. Second one is to identify the motivating or driving factors. And the third one is to identify the challenges, what they perceive. And the first one is, the last one is to suggest policies and institutional measures to enhance employability and migration readiness. So this is my research methodology. I have the collected sample size 165, and I use some statistical tools by using SPSS. Next, please. So here is the respondents' age and the gender. Next, please. And their educational qualification, and as well as their current occupation, students, employee, unemployed, and self-employed are there. Next. So finding, yeah. So when I had conducted cross-tabulation, so I found that significance. So awareness of unemployment versus opportunity in Japan, and the sources of information from where they are getting information for this employment there in Japan. And means I have means kept 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 university, or from the colleges, from the friends and family, and social media, and local radio, TV channel, and awareness program. So highest is from the university area, and a family and friends. Next, and again, I had conducted a reliability test of the instrument, what I am measuring for opportunity and challenges, where I found in the Crovac alpha, it is 409 for the challenges, and for opportunity is 0.470, which is not acceptable. Again, why, though it is not acceptable, why it is not? I look into it, and I found that the construct, the construct I'm using is of different dimension, like financial, human, literature, so many things. So the construct is not homogeneous. That is why I'm getting low reliability of Cronbach alpha. But again, I conducted Kazemair-Olkin measure of sample adequacy, where I found it is acceptable for factor analysis, because 0.611 is acceptable level. Okay, next. And these are the construct that I use to identify their opportunity as well as challenges, like higher salary and financial benefit. Because anyone who is moving to Japan, their starting salary is 1.3 lakhs in the INR. So their cost of expenditure is nearly 40 to 50,000, and so their saving is nearly 50,000. Then a better career opportunity, they got a chance of they have means promotion, increment in salary, insurance, everything is covered. Even pension schemes are covered in their salary packages. Then exposure to advanced technology there. Then cultural experience, government and institutional support, working in a developed country, and others. These are the opportunities that is given to the respondents, and these are the challenges. For example, someone who wants to work there in Japan, they have to understand Japanese language, and they have to clear Japanese proficiency test, and that is the first challenges. Then a high cost of learning. Actually, we have signed an MOU with NSDCI, and they are charging 1,10,000 for 8 months course. So this is the high cost of learning. Then a tough Japanese fluency test, and here JFT pass percentage is 80%. A student who is getting 79, they are not clear for JFT, and they will not be allowed to work there in Japan. So JFT is very tough, and job security, financial cost of migration, homesickness, and restriction from the parents and others. Okay, next. So I have conducted this rotated component matrix analysis, and I found 3 components, 1, 2, 3, where cultural experience, exposure to advanced technology, and a higher salary is in the component 1. Their score is 0.791, 738, 508, and others, and better career opportunity it is in component 2, and the last component is working in developed country, and the government or institution support is the third component. So the first component, which is giving maximum influence. Next. So here opportunities perceived, the cultural experience 0.791, exposure to advanced technology the 0.73, like this. Next. So again, similarly, I have conducted the test for challenges they are perceived. So again, three components are available: financial and post migration, jobs restriction from the parents. These are in the third component. Next, please. So here it is homesickness and parental restriction. The main department, I have come across so many parents and so many students, though they want to go, but they are having so many restrictions from the parents as well as their CEO, Chief Executive Officer came down in our department, and I had put off that the students are feeling, finding the cost of learning, it is too high. Even the banks are not ready to give educational loan. With the intervention of Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur, he has instructed all the banks and especially SBI and to give loans for educational loan for those students who are undergoing such this Japanese language. It will be minimized the cost of learning this. Again, next please. Again, when sectors are there, that already 16 sectors were identified, and whether there is any differences between the preference of sector and gender, then I found it is significant because the education qualification exam, the employability or youths.
Uh, the next presenter, I'd like to call upon Dr. Dhruv.
Professor Ayala Sharma, the chairperson for this session. My fellow the role of dynamic capabilities among green entrepreneurs in Nagaland. So how this idea, only we are purchasing the salt from the outside. So that means when I got this reply, I found that means definitely they came across one such incident where one of my students said that they are self-sufficient in that. So basically, this basically now giving rise to a concept called green entrepreneurship. Okay, so that means green entrepreneurship is a comparatively new concept in the state of Nagaland, India, but people are now coming up. At least we have found out at least 6 such green entrepreneurs in the state of Nagaland who are doing exceptionally good. And though they are still in a very nascent stage, so hopefully it will be going on. Now this study explores the green entrepreneurs in Nagaland leverage indigenous resources to achieve sustainable competitive advantage. Now competitive advantage, whether these green entrepreneurship, the indigenous traditional knowledge system, whether they are sufficient enough to go for competitive advantage, that is a big question. And that is what the study is trying to find out. Though our study is a very beginning stage, still it is in the conceptual phase only. So the study aims to provide insights into how indigenous resources plus dynamic capabilities, sustainable competitive advantage, helping green entrepreneurs utilize Nagaland resources more effectively and sustainably. Next, please. So basically, this is based on the secondary data only. So we have referred Taylor and Francis, Sage, Elsevier, Willie. Then with the Google Scholar also we have used. The available literature was reviewed and synthesized to develop an understanding of indigenous resources, green entrepreneurship, dynamic capabilities, and sustainable competitive advantage. Next. Now the question is, what is the meaning of dynamic capabilities? So dynamic capability is referred to an organization's ability to adapt, renew, and restructure its resources and activities in response to a changing business environment. So basically, how an organization is adaptable. Okay, that is what is called dynamic capabilities. There is one famous saying, change is the only permanent thing in this world. So ultimately, new technology, new ideas, how the companies, how the organizations, they're adaptable to that. So that is what is called dynamic capabilities. It has three key dimensions: sensing, that is identifying emerging opportunities and potential threats; seizing, taking action to capture and utilize identified opportunities; reconfiguring, restructuring and reorganizing resources and activities to maintain competitiveness. So dynamic capabilities and sustainable competitive advantage. So some of the studies, especially Bari et al., found a positive relationship between dynamic capabilities and sustainable competitive advantage. The sensing, seizing, and reconfiguring capabilities help organizations adapt to changing environments and strengthen stakeholder relationships, supporting sustainable competitive advantage. Previous studies also suggest that dynamic capabilities can help organizations develop and sustain competitive advantage. Now, indigenous resources in Nagaland. So there are so many indigenous resources, like starting from the farm practices, like avo cultivation, elder-based farming. Though I'm not particularly familiar with the how this farming is done. Only basically, I have heard that these basically the cultivation style for the Naga people are very fruitful, and it is giving very good result. Starting from traditional tools and natural pest control methods, forests provide food, medicinal plants, fuel, livestock, feed, and raw material. Handloom, handicraft, and artisan resources, traditional products include meklas, shawls, baskets, bamboo products. There are so many. There are so many indigenous resources are there. And all these indigenous resources, basically, of the people of Nagaland, are showcased in a festival called festival every year from December 1 to 10 in the capital city of the Nagaland state, that is Kohima. So these indigenous traditional methods, traditional system, and green entrepreneurship, they are interrelated with each other. Next. Now, as I said, I have come across few of the green entrepreneurs who are basically doing exceptionally well. It's like Nuri Organic. So basically what they do, promotes eco-friendly pesticide-free farming through bioenhancer, improving soil health and crop productivity. So that means it is such a wonderful thing. Basically, soil productivity is increasing without putting any extraordinary chemicals. Sutsung Enterprise, it converts agricultural and food waste into organic animal feed using black soldier fly larvae technology and produces eco-friendly grocery bags. FYSI uses wetland technology for septic waste treatment and converts treated waste into organic manure. Regina uses handloom textiles and pineapple leaf fiber to create sustainable clothing and accessories. Aboriginal Energy provides clean energy solutions to homes, hospitals, villages, educational institutions, and public buildings. Galho sources organic honey from indigenous forest using bee-friendly and environmentally responsible practices. Now you can see such a wonderful ideas these green entrepreneurs they have taken, and all these are inspired by the indigenous traditional knowledge system of the state of Nagaland. Next. So now the question is whether this international means indigenous knowledge system and green entrepreneurs are sustainable enough or not. While existing literature discusses indigenous resources, green entrepreneurship, dynamic capabilities, and sustainable competitive advantage, their interrelationship has received relatively less attention, particularly in the context of green entrepreneurs in Nagaland. Next. So what type of indigenous resources are available in Nagaland? Though we have identified few of the indigenous resources, but there are so many other things are also there. And now the government of India's push for Indian knowledge system So that Indian knowledge system also has been little bit of modified and indigenous knowledge system. We are using a term called indigenous knowledge system, and that basically is also it means it is also a part of the Indian knowledge system only. Now, how can indigenous resources contribute to sustainable competitive advantage? Whether the traditional knowledge system, indigenous knowledge system are competitive enough, whether for long-term sustainability is possible with that. So that is a big question. Do green entrepreneurs in Nagaland use dynamic capabilities to achieve sustainable competitive advantage through indigenous resources? Now, these are basically few of the details of the organizations which I have captioned in the previous slide, like Nuri Organic, Susung Enterprise, FYSI. So all means in brief, they are basically how they are functioning is given here. Next. So green entrepreneurship is gradually emerging in Nagaland and has the potential to contribute to both economic and development and environmental sustainability. As these enterprises are still at an early stage, they face challenges such as higher cost of business products and competition with conventional businesses. Consumer support and enabling ecosystem are therefore important for their growth. The study also highlights the limited empirical research on green entrepreneurship in Nagaland, emphasizing the need for future research into the entrepreneurial journey, challenges and opportunities of green enterprises. Strengthening green entrepreneurship can help Nagaland move towards sustainable livelihoods, responsible resource utilization, and sustainable development. Now, why these green entrepreneurship, eco-friendly entrepreneurship, all these terms are important? Because finally, what we are seeing, as much as the nature, as much as the means the forest resources, as much as we are utilizing, and basically these utilization of the resources, not actually utilizing, we are exploiting the natural resources of our state, of our country, of our planet, and ultimately because of that, the nature is taking its own turn and it is taking its revenge. So hopefully this green entrepreneurship is a very, very important, uh, very good one in if we want to preserve our planet from getting down. Okay, so this is all about my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bordaloy. Since we don't have any other presenters, okay. So we'll go into the Q&A session. If there is any questions to any of the presenters. Or I'll put up the question rather. Okay. Let me start with first one, which is Dr. Rajesh. While using the screening of bibliometric analysis, do you use any form of process? Yes. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Uh, mhm. Uh, there is also one process called Prisma process. Ah, yes. So that also needs to be done. Okay. My second question is to Dr. Amol. You have a convex alpha which is less than 0.5. What do you think the reason could be? Yes, in the initial phase, there was a convex alpha which was coming out to be less than 0.5. Okay. My suggestion would be that if you have to go for a factor analysis, try to go for more than at least 350 respondents. Okay. So what will happen is that if you use more than 350 respondents, the regressions as well as the anchor through the anchor points, it will come. Then avoid some of the dichotomous questions. Dichotomous means yes or no. Okay. So with yes or no, it is difficult to do a factor analysis also. So avoid those items. If you have those items, you use it for something else, but not for factor analysis. So it's always better to have a higher anchor points. That means that maybe 5 anchor points or 7 anchor points. 4 also sometimes is a little bit lesser, and it may not come out with much of the variance. So maybe you increase the
reasonable assurance status linked to SEBI NSE market capitalization ranking at 31st March 2023. Then out of that 150, 49 mandated and 46 non-mandated firms, and the panel was unbalanced, 92 farm years in 2023, 49 mandated and 43 non-mandated, and for financial year 2024, 95 farms and 49 and 46. Coverage BSR data were collected only for only 50 of the 150 mandated farms, of which the 49 have observation in both years. The top are kept aside. To the bottom 50 out of 150, the bottom 50 was collected so that the next non-mandated are close to each other. Similar. That's why the last one was collected. Mandated and non-mandated farms are compared using descriptive statistics and a two clear difference design. So compliance and rising scope 3 disclosures, the descriptive statistics is telling that the compliance was near complete, means 45 of 49 mandated firms, 91% of the mandated firms were following, they were complying with the rule, and against 5 out of 46 non-mandated firms. The scope 3 disclosure rose from 34.7 to 49% among mandated firms and from 27 to 41% among non-mandated firms. But the two non-mandated figures cover different firm sets. 3 firm enters only in financial 24, none of which is disclosed scope 3. So thereby little bit of difference in the graph. On the like for like panel, the non-mandated group rises 16.3 percentage point against the mandated 14 and plus 14.3 percentage point. The comparison groups moves more, not less, as we can see from the diagram. So means here I have run the logit, the difference in difference. So the actual thing is that the result is that the test is uninformative, but not a demonstrated null. Means the null is, I cannot say claim that there is a null. The companies are the mandated, there is a mandated effect or not. We cannot confirm it, but the test is remain uninformative. So there is some data issues are there. So 15 firms were reporting scope 3 exceeding scope 1. 12 out of 15 are financial and IT services. 3 are hydro power, gas transmission, industrial gases. So the limitation is that the design is descriptive, and there is a data constraint, a single treated cohort, a modest sample, and only 2 periods were considered. The difference in different estimates are imprecise rather than informative nulls. Confidence intervals and minimum detectable effects, not p-values, then the sample covers a third of the mandated population and omits the largest firms. The staggered extension no longer delivers a constant treatment. Since March 27, farms may choose a lighter third-party assessment instead of assurance and value change. So conclusion is that near complete first-year compliance shows that a threshold-based mandate can drive rapid adoption of audit-grade ESG assurance. This is the firmest result in the study. Scope 3 disclosure rose market-wide. Whether the mandate contributed cannot be determined from a single treated cohort. The data quality claims does not survive sector adjustment. Whether assurance improves reliability is an open question, not a finding. and SEBI diluted the requirement in 2024 despite near universal compliance. So the thing is, why a regulator retreats from a rule that farms demonstratively met is a sharper question this evidence raises. Sir, sir, these are the references. Sir, actually, this much only, sir, I have prepared, not much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Sinmoy, am I audible?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
So, any question from the participants, any paper presenter? It got disconnected. Those who joined, they got disconnected. Those who joined, they got disconnected. Anyway, Sinmoy,
Yes, sir.
what technique you applied in your paper?
Sir, it's a descriptive analysis only. I have checked that the compliance level of the companies, they are complying with the rule or not. Uh, Only descriptive, sir. And I have found that out
How
of
did you
the
the compliance level?
uh, sir, I have collected the BRSR report of the companies, and in those reports, are they mentioning about the level of emissions or not? I have checked that one, and out of that 50 samples that I have taken, 49 of them are following. Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3 emissions levels, as per the SEBI rule, it is mandatory for them to disclose. So are they disclosing or not all those aspects? So I've checked those things, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
But next paper is Vaidya Laishram. Madam Anulata. Miss Vaidya Lifetime. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please present your paper.
Okay, sir. So I was running here and there among the breakout rooms.
I got it. I got it.
Okay, sir. Mm. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, yeah. You are
Am
audible.
I visible, sir?
Yeah, yeah, you are audible.
Okay. Let me start. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairperson and my fellow researchers. I am Laishram Vidyakiran Devi. I am presenting this paper on my behalf and my co-author, Dr. Sanasam Somokanta Singh, Assistant Professor, Manipur. I am a research scholar and my guide, Dr. Sanasam Somokanta Singh. He is a Assistant Professor, Manipur Institute of Management Studies, Manipur University. So let me start. To begin with, I would like to start to begin with this my paper name is, sir, I am not much used to this. Okay, now. Okay, my paper name, name of my paper, our paper is Bridging Financial Inclusion, Efficiency and Operational Challenges for Business Corresponding in Delivering Rural Banking Services. So to begin with, financial inclusion is, it's a starting, it's like a scheme started by Reserve Bank of India in the year 2000. Okay. Financial inclusion is delivering financial services to everyone who are at the nook and corner areas of India, or nook and corner areas of rural India, like. And business correspondent model is a model introduced by Reserve Bank of India in the year 2006, so that it delivers financial services to the nook and corner where brick and mortar banks cannot be established, and even if there is big brick and mortar banks, number of banks is not adequate to the living populations in that area. And since then, business correspondent model has become a very key mechanism for taking banking services closer to rural and undeserved population of rural Manipur, also rural India also. Thus, and following are the BC's services provided by business correspondents, like account opening, remittances, insurance saving, DBT, like the scheme, direct benefit transfer schemes given by government, and they also organize various related financial literacy programs. Although in Manipur, and my study is being focused in Manipur, taking 3 districts of Manipur, and although BC have expanded access to banking services in rural Manipur all over the India, they continue to face various operational challenges still. It was started in the year 2006, but still now they are having, they are still facing very operational challenges, and these challenges faced by them affects their functioning and their result in giving into the increase of financial inclusion. And for this, I have taken and I have therefore understanding the factors affecting business correspondent is important for strengthening the business model. That's why I have taken this and I have taken following 4 objectives for the study. First is to examine the reasons for working as business correspondent model and to investigate factors influencing operational efficiency and the impact on their job satisfaction, identifying major operational challenges faced by business correspondent model correspondents while delivering their services, and to draw a suggestion for improving the efficiency of the business correspondents. Here I have taken some reference literature in consideration. I'll skip this. Shall I explain?
Yeah, please skip.
Okay. So by asana and asana, it was
Review literature part in a skip.
I can skip. Okay. Okay. So for conceptual framework, I have considered financial factors, banking operation, responsiveness of bank.
Conceptual framework, you may skip it. Go to
Okay,
your
sir. Okay. And as a research, this is research methodology. I have taken three districts of Manipur, which have greater number of physical bank branches. And among them, I have taken highest number of those banks, or those public sector banks, which have highest number of business correspondents. Like Bank of Baroda, highest was State Bank of India and PNB, and next Bank of Baroda. And this study is a purposive sampling. I have used purposive sampling method, and sample size I have taken considered is 129 business correspondents, and this is a descriptive studies. I have repeated here. I have used correlation, regression, descriptive analysis to study this the objectives. And I have I have tested the reliability of the instrument of the statement I have used as in the questionnaire. I have written I have taken financial factors, job satisfaction, perception about banking operation and responsiveness of banks, and the number of items. See, number of items 4, 5, 5, 6 is respectively to the variables. And Cronbach alpha comes more than all of them are coming out more than 0.7. So considering this as a reliable. And this shows that internal consistency of the question, internal consistency is there among the questionnaire statements. And this is the demographic profile of the business career. Although I haven't used this part as in my analysis of the objectives, this is just a glimpse of the demographic profile I have from where I have collected data. So most of them were from 34.9%. They were from among the 21 to 38 group. And education, they were almost 81%, and plus 7%. 88% of them were more than above graduation, and in secondary 11.6% was there. And male was dominated among the BCs, so 83.7% were male. And this is for the reasons analysis for the reasons for working as why business correspondent opt to become a business correspondent. This I have analyzed through using descriptive analysis, calculating mean, and the highest was found to be to help village customer. This shows that they are having social responsibility and personal commitment. Yes, they must be having financial related also, but they have given most priority to this, to help my village, to help their village customers. And this was followed by personally motivated. This on the left side you see the rank, and this shows that
Next.
this
Yeah. Okay. Next.
next, sir.
Just to conclude.
Sorry, sir. Just repeat again.
Just to conclude your paper.
Okay. After the analysis, it was coming out that business BCs they are the key providers to increase the financial inclusion in the state and in the rural areas. So their loopholes, their requirements should be addressed, and if they are addressed, then they can come out very
Done.
very
Done.
fine.
Okay. It's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. You may log out.
Nobody is there. And this card who presented not slotted in this session.